kussentje pakken en dan mag u er gezellig bij gaan zitten. En wie dat niet kan, aan de achterkant van de kamer staan een paar stoelen en daar hebben we dus op gerekend. Helemaal goed. We zijn hier dus aangekomen in de tempelkamer van Radhadesh. En het altaar hier is eigenlijk verdeeld in 3 verschillende altaren. Er staan verschillende gedaantes op het altaar, die eigenlijk allemaal die allerhoogste persoonlijkheid Gods voorstellen, Hare Krsna. Maar als u mij toestaat, wil ik het graag een beetje aan u uitleggen. Is dat oké voor u? Ja? Op dat linkeraltaar aan de rechterzijde staat Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. En Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is een verschijningsvorm van Krishna 500 jaar geleden. U heeft daar op het filmpje een klein stukje over gehoord. Op dit middelste altaar zien we deze vrouwelijke gedaante en haar naam is Hare. Dat is de eerste naam van dit gebed, maar ook de laatste. En de naam Hare betekent de liefdesenergie van God. Door de liefde komen we tot God en de liefde wordt altijd uitgedragen door een vrouwelijke gedaante en voor ons is dat Hare. Daarnaast staat Krishna, die allerhoogste persoonlijk Gods. Krishna is de tweede naam van het gebed en de naam Krishna betekent de alaantrekkelijke, want God is in het hart van elk levend wezen. We worden eigenlijk automatisch aangetrokken tot God. Op dit altaar staat een hele bijzondere vorm van Krishna. Lord Jagannath, Balaram en hun zuster Subhadra. Een andere naam voor Balaram is Rama. En Rama betekent die bron van alle vreugde. Als we dit gebed dus opzeggen, kunnen we eigenlijk heel gemakkelijk contact hebben met God. Want God is niet verschillend van zijn naam. Even wachten met fotograferen. Ja? We kunnen eigenlijk direct contact hebben met God door zijn heilige naam uit te spreken. De toegewijden, deze deities, die worden vanavond om 7:30 gaan de gordijnen dicht. De priesters komen op het altaar en zij gaan de deitische dagkostuum uitdoen en ze gaan ze aankleden voor de nacht. En dan gaan vanavond om 9 uur de gordijnen nog even open. En dan kunnen we de deities dus nog in het nachtkostuum zien, voordat de tempelkamer s'avonds om 9:30 gaat sluiten. We staan 's morgens om 3:30 op. En we gaan om 4:30 naar de tempelkamer, want dan begint voor ons het ochtendprogramma. We zijn dus vroegsmorgens. Dat ochtendprogramma duurt eigenlijk van 4:30 tot 4:15. 3 kwartier. We zingen voor Krishna en we zeggen allerlei gebeden op. Je kunt dat een beetje vergelijken met bijvoorbeeld de hele vroege mis. Van 4:15 tot 4:15 komen de priesters op het altaar om de deities vanuit het nachtkostuum aan te kleden voor de dag. En dan kunnen ze er ongeveer zo mooi uitzien als vandaag. Daar hebben de priesters exact 2 uur de tijd voor. En dat gebeurt in alle stilte. Er wordt dus niet bij gesproken. En als ik het over priesters heb, het kunnen mannelijke priesters zijn, het kunnen vrouwelijke priesters zijn en ze mogen ook getrouwd zijn. Ondertussen dat zij aan het omkleden zijn, dan houden alle andere toegewijden zich bezig met hun gebedsmeditatie. U ziet ons hier rondlopen met dat zakje en u heeft zich misschien al afgevraagd, wat zou ze daar nog in hebben zitten? Oké, in dat zakje daar steekt een lange ketting met 108 kralen. Dit noemen we een japa of een mala, maar betekent eigenlijk rozenkrans op paternoster. Kent u dat woord? Ja, hè? Dit is eigenlijk onze rozenkrans, zou je kunnen zeggen. Maar waarom hebben wij nu 108 kralen? We hebben namelijk 108 heilige boeken. En voor elk boek hebben we een kraal op onze japa. De christelijke traditie hebben ook een rozenkrans en die heeft 54 kraaltjes. Dat is precies de helft. Maar wij hebben dus 108 en 108 heilige boeken. Op elke kraal bid ik deze hele mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dan gaan we naar de volgende kraal en doen we eigenlijk weer precies hetzelfde. Elke toegewijde die zijn gelofte heeft afgelegd, bidt elke dag minimaal 16 keer deze ketting in de ronde. En daar doen we ongeveer 2 uur over. Nu begrijpt u onmiddellijk waarvoor ik zo vroeg ben opgestaan. Want zodra we zijn gewassen en aangekleed, beginnen we eigenlijk al met het bidden van de rozenkrans, voordat we naar de tempelkamer gaan. En tussen 5:15 en 6:15 's morgens gaan we daarmee verder. Maar door de dag heb ik dat zakje regelmatig bij ons. Vooral als ik de rondleiding moet geven, want dan moet ik het aan de mensen toch uitleggen wat die toegewijden in dat zakje hebben. Dus dan is het handig als ik het mee heb. Als u naar de film zit te kijken en ik heb 15 minuutjes ongeveer, kan ik nog een paar extra rondjes chanten. Want ik moet u eerlijk zeggen, dit is geen straf. Het is eigenlijk een goddelijke meditatie, wat heel plezierig is om te doen. Aan de buitenkant heb ik daar nog een kettingje en daar steken wij de toegewijden 16 kraaltjes op. Elke keer als ik zo'n hele ketting heb gebeden, schuif ik dus zo'n kraaltje op en die blijven hangen op die lange draad. En aan het einde van zo'n ochtendsessie kan ik dan zien of ik mijn quota van minimaal 16 rondjes heb gedaan. Nou, dus dat is het verhaal van dat kettingje hierachter. Dat hangt aan de buitenkant en dat is alleen maar handig. Om 6:15 's morgens gaan we daar weer naar de tempelkamer. De deities zijn inmiddels aangekleed voor de dag. We gaan weer zingen, we zeggen weer gebeden op. En we lezen dan ook uit die duizenden jaren oude Vedische geschriften. Om 9 uur gaan we met z'n allen ontbijten. En na het ontbijt gaat iedereen zich een beetje bezighouden met zijn taken. En u zag op het filmpje al een klein beetje wat we allemaal doen zo door de dag. En wat doen we nog meer. We maken hier bijvoorbeeld ook deze mooie kostuums. De deities hebben op dit moment 128 verschillende dagkostuums en 128 verschillende nachtkostuums. En die worden allemaal hier ter plaatse gemaakt. Per jaar maken we daar 3 nieuwe dagkostuums bij en 3 nieuwe nachtkostuums. En als ik het over een kostuum heb, dan bedoel ik niet één zo'n kleedje, maar dat hele altaar wordt in het nieuw gestoken, inclusief die gordijnen die daarachter hangen. Want stel dat u morgen zou willen terugkomen, de deities zijn in het geel, of in het mintgroen, of in het crème, dan zijn ook die gordijnen daarachter weer volledig aangepast met het borduurwerk wat je terugvindt in het kostuum. Als we een nieuw dagkostuum maken, maken we voor dat dagkostuum ook een hele serie nieuwe sieraden. Dus die zijn morgen ook weer anders. En elke dag worden er bloemenkransen geregen, want dat is Vedisch traditie, dat je God op zijn minst een bloemenkrans aanbiedt. Zomers gebruiken we daarvoor de bloemen van de tuin, 's winters moeten we bloemen kopen, maar ook dan zijn het altijd verse bloemen. Dat is een klein beetje wat ik kan vertellen van de deities. We hebben ook dit altaar gebouwd en dit altaar is exact gebouwd naar voorbeelden uit India. Ik weet niet of u in uw leven daar ooit geweest bent, maar als u daar een tempel gaat bezoeken, kunt u eigenlijk een beetje hetzelfde tegenkomen als hier in de Belgische Ardennen. De zaal waar wij ons hier bevinden was vroeger eigenlijk de balzaal. Hier werd gedanst. En toen het een restaurant was, werd deze ruimte gebruikt als restaurant. Het was de grootste ruimte, dus voor ons was het vanzelfsprekend dat dat dan maar de tempelkamer moest worden. We hebben deze verhoging moeten maken om dat hele altaar te kunnen dragen. En toen hebben we tegelijkertijd ook deze vloer erin gelegd. En onder de vloer daar ligt verwarming. Want wij zitten eigenlijk ook altijd gewoon zo op de grond, op een kussentje of zo. Zomers is die vloer wel lekker koel, zoals nu. Maar 's winters als het buiten koud is en het begint te vriezen, dan is die vloer echt steen en steenkoud. Nu we hier in de tempelkamer zijn, is het eigenlijk ook gebruikelijk als we voor Krishna een keer gaan zingen. Ik wil heel graag met u allemaal deze mantra zingen. Mantra betekent eigenlijk gewoon gebed. Die namen van God heb ik al een beetje aan u uitgelegd. Maar als we dit gebed zingen of alleen maar opzeggen, vragen we eigenlijk maar één ding van God. En dat is het volgende. Ik vraag aan God of God zo vriendelijk wil zijn ons terug te plaatsen in onze oorspronkelijke nederige positie. als zijn eeuwige dienaar. Maar ik ga u natuurlijk niet verlegen maken, zo zijn we niet. Ik zal het eerst een keertje alleen voorzingen om u een beetje aan te moedigen. En als u straks bent aangemoedigd, en dat hoop ik toch, mag u allemaal met me meezingen. Ik gebruik daarbij zo'n klein instrumentje. En wie van u weet hoe dit heet? Wat zijn dit? In de Bijbel staat dat we God moeten loven en prijzen met klinkende bellen en cymbalen. Ja? Dit zijn dus cymbalen. Worden al duizenden jaren lang in India in de tempels gebruikt. Maar ook buiten, en dan heten het moppers. Maar die zijn veel te groot voor binnen. Maar dit is net goed genoeg voor binnen. Ik ga dus 1 keer voor u zingen. En ik hoop dat u het kunt verdragen. En dan mag u straks allemaal met me meezingen. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Zo gaat het ongeveer. Bent u een beetje aangemoedigd? Ja? De bassen ook? De mannen wil ik ook horen hoor. Oké, goed. Jullie ook, hè? Oké. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nou, dat deden jullie goed, hè? Daar word je toch blij van? Ik zie het verschil. Ik ga u wat grappigs vertellen. Ik had een paar maanden geleden had ik een rondleiding met 42 varkensmeesters uit België. Die gasten hadden een bus gehuurd om eens bij de Hare Krsna te gaan kijken. En dan kan je lachen. Moeder mocht de rondleiding doen. Dat vragen ze dan meestal aan mij. Van moeder roepen, want ja, wil u dat doen? Ja, natuurlijk. Dus ik ging met die mannen de rondleiding geven. En natuurlijk in de tempelkamer ging ik met al die 42 bassen, gingen we zingen. Na afloop stak er een zijn vinger op. Hij zei, mevrouw, ik was echt bang dat u ons zou vragen dat wij het ook 108 keer moesten doen. Maar dat hoefde niet hoor. 2 keer is genoeg om heel even te voelen hoe dat voelt om zo dicht bij God te zijn. Als we ons heel even omdraaien met onze neus die kant op, ga ik ook eerst nog even iets vertellen over Srila Prabhupada en dan mag je zo dadelijk een foto maken. We zitten hier dus bij een moertivorm van Srila Prabhupada. En Srila Prabhupada was degene die op 70-jarige leeftijd vanuit dat warme India naar dat koude Amerika ging. Hij kreeg de instructie al van zijn geestelijk leraar toen hij 25 was, maar toen kon hij onmogelijk gaan. Srila Prabhupada was pas getrouwd en eigenlijk hadden ze net een gezinnetje gesticht, want het eerste kindje was geboren. Maar op 70-jarige leeftijd had hij zich zodanig voorbereid dat hij de grote reis kon maken. Hij kreeg van een weduwvrouw die een paar vrachtschepen had een gratis ticket op een van haar vrachtschepen de Yaladuta. Als het goed is heeft u daar een klein stukje van gezien op het filmpje. Maar wat u niet gezien hebt. Aan boord van dat schip heeft Srila Prabhupada namelijk 2 keer een hartaanval gekregen. Want hij was tenslotte al 70. Het was ook een vrachtschip. Dus niet echt berekend om passagiers mee te nemen. Maar hij had zoveel vertrouwen in zijn goddelijke missie. Dat hij daarna nog 11 jaar heeft geleefd. Maar Srila Prabhupada is 81 jaar geworden. In die 11 jaar tijd heeft hij 12 keer dan de hele wereld rondgereisd. Duizenden toegewijden, ingewijd, opgeleid, persoonlijk ook begeleid. Helemaal alleen 108 tempels en leefgemeenschappen gesticht. En dat zijn er thans 164. En daar bezoekt u er vandaag 1 van en dat is Radhadesh. Want wij verspreid over de hele wereld als Srila Prabhupada zijn volgelingen zetten zijn werk voort. Srila Prabhupada heeft ook 80 van zulke dikke boeken aan de wereld nagelaten. En die zijn thans vertaald in meer dan 100 talen. We zijn hem ontzettend dankbaar En Srila Prabhupada krijgt bijvoorbeeld ook elke dag schone kleren aan. Niet omdat ze vies worden, maar dat is een vorm van devotie en toewijding voor onze stichter. Hij krijgt ook elke dag een verse bloemenkrans geofferd. En in 1996 hebben we voor hem deze zetel gebouwd. Want dat was het jaar dat Srila Prabhupada eigenlijk 100 jaar zou zijn geworden. En naar aanleiding daarvan hebben we hem deze zetel aangeboden. Hij zit hier ook recht ten overstaan van het altaar, omdat zijn woorden en daden waren volledig in dienst van God. Iemand iets te vragen? Allemaal stilgevallen? Oh.
De kleuren van het idee van de systeem is dat speciaal mee de zomer of de winter?
Nee, maar dat heeft met iets anders te maken. Het is namelijk zo. De jonge mannen bijvoorbeeld die in het oranje lopen, die zijn nog niet getrouwd en leven celibatair. Ze mogen ten alle tijde trouwen, maar dan gaan ze het oranje habit uitdoen en dan gaan de jongens of de mannen het witte habit dragen. En daarmee geven ze aan dat ze van plan zijn te gaan trouwen of getrouwd zijn. De meisjes of de vrouwen hebben bijna altijd gekleurde saris aan of gekleurde rokken. En als ze getrouwd zijn, hebben ze hier een rode stip. Vast wel eens gezien bij de Hindoestaanse vrouwen. Als ze getrouwd is, heeft ze een rode stip. En dat betekent, mijn hart is bezet. Mooi, hè? Heeft ze nog geen rode stip? Ze heeft nog steeds een gekleurde sari aan of rok. Dan is ze dus nog ongehuwd. Dus die stip bepaalt of ze nog vrij is, ja of nee. In mijn geval, heb geen illusie, ik ben in het wit. En ik draag geen rode stip meer, maar ik heb ook mijn haar afgeschoren, want ik ben weduwe. En daarmee vertel ik eigenlijk naar buiten dat ik trouw zal blijven aan mijn overleden echtgenoot. Ik zal dus niet hertrouwen. Mannen die weduwnaar worden en ook niet meer willen hertrouwen, gaan van het witte habit eigenlijk gewoon weer terug in het oranje. Dus oranje is de kleur van de onthechting voor mannen. Daar beginnen ze mee en daar eindigen ze mee. En het is eigenlijk het wit voor vrouwen. Ja? Oké. Oké, nu zijn er vast mensen die willen fotograferen. Denk het wel, hè? Ik moet er even iets bij vertellen. U mag straks een foto maken van het altaar, maar het is helaas niet toegestaan om voor het altaar te gaan poseren. En dat is uit eerbied en respect voor God. Maar dat begrijpt u wel. Dat was u waarschijnlijk ook helemaal niet van plan. Maar als u wil poseren, dan mag dat wel hier aan de voeten van de meester, maar niet voor het altaar. En dat is uit respect voor God. Ja? Dus gaat u gaan. Kussentjes mogen weer terug, hoor.
Maar toen dacht ik, waar is mijn papa en mama? En toen was ik een beetje stress met een beetje.
Maar ze kwamen. Hè? Had je alles mee?
Wat er precies was. Maar ik dacht, laat ik maar meedoen, anders sta ik misschien verschut.
Nee hoor, je staat nooit verschut. Luister eens, mag ik iets vragen aan u? Vindt u dit mooi? Dit altaar. Of kunt u het op zijn minst waarderen? Zal ik eens vertellen wat dat betekent? In de geschriften staat dat als we dit mooi vinden, of als we het inderdaad op zijn minst kunnen waarderen, dan betekent het eigenlijk dat op dat moment God uw ogen heeft gezalfd met liefde. God zegt, die mens is niet jaloers. Dat krijg je zomaar even mee, Dinsdagmiddag. Goed, hè? Dank u wel. Ja, toch? Dat dacht ik.
de gedetailleerd is die andere twee? Ja? Oké.
En dan is het meer speciaal inhoud voor meerdere kandidaten. Die vormen aan omdat het zo is. En deze zijn gemaakt door iemand van de rooster. Op het hele verhaal
Ja. En de mensen zijn van het paard, zeker?
Wij beginnen hier 's ochtends om 4:30. Onze eerste ceremonie, dat is de ceremonie van wino, vuur, water, bloemen en dergelijke. En hebben wij ons gebeden. En dan om 5 uur gaan we verwijderen. En dan komen er 5 kistjes op elkaar. Die halen alle kleding aan de sieraden ons weg. Balen met de balen, deze balen. Dus hier beneden hebben we 4 kamers, beneden kasten. We hebben zo'n 100 kleding voor de dag en 100 voor de nacht. Dus s'avonds tot 7 uur weer. En daar is een nachtkleding. En dan alles sieraden van de sjaaltjes en de dijkjes, alles.
Is dat ook een soort activiteit?
Ja, ik ga je dat aan het eind uitleggen waarom we dat doen.
Oké.
Het heeft inderdaad een bepaalde functie. Dan hebben wij in het midden hebben we Krishna, die speelt zijn fluit. En Krishna betekent de allaantrekkelijke. Dat is een van de eigenschappen van God. God heeft een heleboel namen, er is maar één God, er zijn er niet meerdere, er is er maar één. Maar hij heeft verschillende namen, net zoals ik verschillende namen heb. Hier heb ik Parvati, mijn moeder Monica, mijn dochter Mama. Mensen die me niet kennen, noemen me vrouw. Dezelfde persoon, verschillende namen en ook verschillende relaties naar gewoon de namen die men me geeft. God is dat hetzelfde. Een moslim ziet hem als heel groot en machtig. Een christen die ziet hem die spreekt op vader en dit op zijn dagelijks brood. En Joden durven nauwelijks de naam uit te spreken zelfs. Dus iedere religie, iedere cultuur heeft zo zijn eigen manier om God te benaderen. En in India noemen ze Krishna, hij heeft een heleboel namen in India. Er zijn heel veel verhalen over, er wordt heel veel over hem geschreven. En in iedere verschillende relatie die hij heeft, heeft hij een andere vorm, een andere naam. Vandaar dat wij zijn monotheïstisch, toch hebben wij 3 altaren. En dan denken mensen, hoe kan je dan monotheïstisch zijn? Maar het is allemaal Krishna. Alleen hier is het Jagannath, dat betekent de Heer van het universum. Dat is een heel ander gevoel dan Krishna door zijn fluit speelt. En aan die kant hebben we Heer Chaitanya Nityananda. Heer Chaitanya is 540 jaar geleden verschenen en hij danst. Je ziet ze dansen. En eigenlijk is Heer Chaitanya de werkelijke grondlegger van onze stroming. Binnen het hindoeïsme, dus de monotheïstische stroming, maar dan daarbinnen zijn er nog verschillende stromingen en hij is de grondlegger van onze stroming. En hij is dus begonnen met het zingen en dansen op straat. Dus dat is niks nieuws, dat werd al heel lang geleden gedaan. En ook het belang van de Hare Krsna mantra heeft hij neergegeven. Zelfs de specifieke boeken die wij lezen, zijn boeken waar hij altijd over sprak. Dus eigenlijk alles wat wij doen, komen we hem vandaan en is dus 540 jaar oud.
540.
Dus geen bezette.
Nee.
En dan is hij naar het westen gebracht door onze stichter. Dus ja, ze zijn vandaag met ontbloot bovenlijf vanwege de hitte. Ze passen hun kleding aan het weer. In de winter dan hebben ze 's nachts sjaaltjes om. Want ja, het is soms als het heel erg koud is, hebben ze zelfs iets, kunnen ze zelfs iets om Krishna's voeten. Dat hij op de blote voetjes heeft en dan wordt het toch koud. Ja. Dat zijn dus de spirituele leraren. Dus Prabhupada, de eerste, dat is onze stichter. En dan is dat zijn spirituele leraar, zijn spirituele leraar. Dat is zo'n erfopvolging van. Dus het is ook het principe, onze kennis gaat op die manier, wordt die overgedragen. Het is niet dat ik de Bhagavad Gita kan lezen en zeggen van, Eureka, ik heb het gedicht gezien en nu ga ik de Bhagavad Gita aan iedereen uitleggen. Nee, ik lees die en ik hoor die van mijn spirituele leraar, van Srila Prabhupada. En Srila Prabhupada die legt uit op wat zijn spirituele leraar heeft gezegd. En die kennis die wordt ononderbroken en onveranderd doorgegeven te worden.
En gaat het er dan om hoe je dat moet interpreteren?
Nee, dat wordt dus niet, het is niet hoe we het interpreteren. Dat is dus het hele punt. Wij geven, er wordt, de interpretatie die wij eraan geven komt van de vorige gurus, van de vorige leraren en uit andere geschriften. Dus als mensen de zouden we niet zien, de vertaling en de commentaar daarop. Want het worden allemaal aanhalingen van dit boek staat dit en dat boek staat dat en daar vind je dat. Wordt het uitgelegd aan de hand van de andere geschriften en de voorgaande leraren. Dus niemand die geeft zijn eigen interpretatie ervan.
Maar het is als je het zelf leest, je pakt van de bibliotheek pak je Bhagavad Gita en dan lees je, dan kun je dus niet alles eruit halen wat hier wordt.
Nou, het is wel ook dat onze stichter daar het allemaal in heeft gezet en heeft zijn commentaar gegeven. Toen is het deze Bhagavad Gita.
Ja, dan kun je dat gewoon eruit pakken.
Dan moet je dat zelf gaan verzinnen, maar dat kan je dus helemaal naast zetten.
Ja.
Dat is inderdaad bij de vervolging.
En dat evenbeeld is van
Dat is van de stichter, ja.
maar er zit geen afschrift aan.
Nee. Hij wordt ook hij is niet verbrand, hij is een bepaalde manier wat in Samari. Dan wordt iemand zitten in de grond begraven en dan wordt daarboven dan een soort tempel gebouwd. Dus we hebben
Dat is in India dan.
is in India van Delhi. En dan is er een douche met een houten bloemen. Die bloemen die aan hen zijn dus die worden dan meegenomen naar de andere kant van India, vlak bij Kolkata. En daar is één gebouwd om die bloemen heen. Nou, even de uitleg van waarom wij dit hebben zo. Wat wij doen is bhakti yoga. Yoga betekent je verbinden met God. Dat is de letterlijke vertaling van Sanskriet woord. Het komt van het woord juk. Dat je in het Nederlands hebt je juk. Wat twee emmertjes verbindt. Nou, dat is, en dit is dus het verbinden, ja, je verbinden met God. En bhakti betekent liefde, devotie. Dus wij proberen ons te verbinden met God, een relatie met hem aan te gaan op basis van liefde voor devotionele dienst. Liefde voor iemand hebben die je niet kan zien, is lastig. En aangezien wij puur materiële ogen hebben en God puur spiritueel is, kunnen wij hem niet zien. Niet met deze ogen. En dan wordt het allemaal heel gecompliceerd. Vandaar dat we een beeld gedaan te hebben en hele ervaren priesters, die kunnen door een groep van mantra's en ceremonies, vragen ze dan aan God, aan Krishna, om in die beeld gedaan te komen, op die manier ons te helpen en onze toegewijde dienst te aanvaarden. En dan is die beeldgedaante een beetje als de brievenbus hier aan de kerk. Als ik daar mijn brieven in stop, dan worden die bezorgd. Dus voor mij is die brievenbus dit is een onderdeel van de Belgische post en dat is voor mij niet verschillend van de Belgische post. Als ik zeg ik ga naar de post toe, dan ga ik naar de brievenbus toe. Dus dan ga ik niet altijd helemaal naar Barvoot naar het postkantoor. Dus die brievenbus is niet verschillend van de Belgische post. Dus deze beeldgedaante is in dat opzicht niet verschillend van God. Ik kan hier mijn toegewijde dienst doen, ik kan hem dienen, ik kan hier mijn relatie met hem aangaan. Dat betekent niet dat ik me er niet bewust van ben dat het God in de spirituele wereld is. Net zoals ik me er bewust van ben dat er een postkantoor is in Barvoot en dat er een hele organisatie van de Belgische post is. Ja. Maar als ik mijn brief wil posten, dan maakt mij dat even niks uit.
Nee.
Dan ga ik gewoon naar de brievenbus. Dus ja, uiteindelijk bouwen wij een relatie op met God, met Krishna. Maar op dit moment, zolang we in het lege lichaam zitten, doen we dat via de beeldgedaante. En vandaar dus dat wij hem kleden. Het is een manier om onze liefde te betuigen. We zorgen dat hij altijd mooie kleding heeft. 6 keer per jaar hebben we een groot festival. En zoals het grootste festival is volgende week, niet komende zondag, maar de zondag daarna. En dan krijgt ze nieuwe kleding, 6 keer per jaar. En daar is iemand al een week lang mee bezig om die allemaal te naaien. De dagkleding de stoffen worden versierd in India, maar dan moet hier voering ingezet worden, moet alles in elkaar gezet worden. En de nachtkleding wordt meestal helemaal neergemaakt. En we maken mooie bloemensfeers voor ze. 6 keer per dag wordt er een maaltijd voor ze gekookt en dan proberen we zo lekker mogelijk en zo mooi mogelijk te doen. Af en toe bieden ze een cadeautje aan.
Ja, dat is gewoon eigenlijk een ritueel van devotie.
Ja.
Dat je met die energie, doordat je met die energie op aandacht daarmee bezig bent, komt die energie ook.
Ja, dat is echt gewoon een relatie opbouwen. Want mensen doen dat ook als man ontmoet vrouw. En die vinden elkaar wel leuk. Dan koopt hij een cadeautje voor haar en zij koopt een cadeautje voor hem. Of ze koopt iets lekkers of hij koopt iets leuk, wil niet seksistisch zijn. Ze bieden elkaar misschien bloemetjes is zo bouwen we een relatie op. En dat doen wij dus ook met Krishna. Het is het bouwen van een relatie. En ja, dat kan je niet als je iemand niet kan zien. En op deze manier kunnen we dat dan wel doen. En daarvoor is de beeld gedaan.
Dankjewel.
Ja? Als jullie een foto willen nemen, mag dat? Hoeft niet, mag wel. Sommige mensen die vinden dat leuk, maar...
Ik had ook een vraag.
Ja.
Want ik wist helemaal niet dat er monotheïstische goden waren.
Oh ja.
Maar zijn dan Ganesha en Rama, zijn dat allemaal andere vormen van?
Dat is een beetje altijd. Ganesh, Rama is wel Krishna, maar Ganesh, Shiva, Brahma, helemaal andere. Dat zijn, we noemen ze halfgoden en het is een beetje als de regering. Je hebt een koning of een president en je hebt een regering. En die regering die heeft verkeerde waterstaat, onderwijs, nog al die dingen. Zo heb je lucht, water, wel allemaal halfgoden die de verschillende dingen in deze wereld regelen. Die zorgen dat alles...
Oké, dus dat is niet allemaal dezelfde?
Nee, dat zijn halfgoden.
Ja, oké.
Er is maar één God.
Nou, dankjewel.
En je hoeft niks te doen, want als je God bent, en je bent almachtig, en je hebt alle rijkdom, je hebt alle schoonheid, je hebt alle kennis, dan hoef je verder niks te doen, dan kan je gewoon met je toegewijde interactie hebben. Dus en dat is wat hij doet in de spirituele wereld, heeft hij interactie met al zijn toegewijden. Waarom zou je dan nog alle dingen moeten doen in deze materiële wereld? Dus hij is ook vrijheid, hij is niet verbonden met deze wereld. Dus we weten wel dat hij puur spiritueel is. Dus al die materiële zaken die hebben niks met hem te maken. Dus zijn regering. Goed.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's more practical when we're so few, huh?
Then normally we like this, the couch here, and then the desk in front of the couch. De zetel kunnen we zo zetten. Schuin een beetje.
Dan kun je wat doen en projecteren.
Somebody gonna give lecture, right?
Yeah, we have this Mantra Yoga methodology seminar. So it's Monday morning and evening. So 5:30 till arati we'll have a class. That's happening now.
It's happening now, so it's gonna be like a little bit lecture and everything.
Exactly.
So.
Okay.
You like to project?
Yes.
So on this.
Dan moeten we dan eigenlijk een gezicht ook op hebben. Dat is schuin zich.
Zal ik op het scherm? De vorige sessie was van de conferentie, sorry voor de verwarring. Ik dacht, hij dacht iets aan. Ja, 2 uur. En dus, morgens s'avonds.
Okay. Jayo Radha Madhava Jaya Kunjabi Hari Jayo Radha Madhava Jaya Kunjabi Jayo Radha Madhava Jayo Kunjabi Hari Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadhari Jaya Giri Varadhari Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadhari Jaya Giri Varadhari Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Jai Braja Janaranjana Jayo Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Jai Braja Janaranjana Jaya Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Jaya Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Jai Shri Radha Gopinath ki Jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Mukam karoti vachalam bhangam langayate girim yat kripatamaham vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam Krishna Chaitanya Ishwaram Paramananda Madhavam Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripasindhabhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai, Hare Krishna, and welcome. So, we're continuing our meditations and studies on the methodology of mantra yoga, looking at it as an art and as a science. So in the morning, we reviewed some elements that we went through earlier in February, talking about how mantra yoga, we practice chanting the holy name. It's fixated. Love.
By moving a little bit, the batteries maybe
Could it be? No, it's not cooperating today. Anyhow, we spoke about how the holy name needs to be approached in a systematic way, and this systematic process includes a proper cultivation, proper preparation, and proper foundation. So we spoke about defining the holy name as an address to divine, as an act of surrender, as an act of worship, as an act of prayer, and as an act of communion. Maybe we should turn it off. Probably it's a battery, huh? I have to replace it. It's okay, it can be as a background for today. So today we want to look at the second refining element. We spoke about how the essence of chanting is this calling or addressing the Lord. It's not just an impersonal, mechanical thing. There needs to be a sense of turning towards and addressing oneself to the divine, or Radhadesh. Prabhupada would say it's like feelingly calling Krishna, Radhadesh. So we spoke about how that address needs to be refined. I know one of the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, I think her name was Himavati. In one letter, she compared it to tuning a radio. Like when you want to get into the right frequency, you got to get the right. It's very outdated now. Nobody uses it. But if you're not in the right place, then you cannot hear, the proper channel. So she said it's so much of the work of chanting is sort of tuning in like that. So the address is there, right? But the mind can be preoccupied in so many ways. So we have these 4 what I call refiners to make sure the address is properly directed. And it is attention, it is depth, it is urgency, and it is persistence. And I gave the metaphor, like as a child we would make fire with a magnifying glass. So you have to catch the light, it has to be focused, it has to be concentrated in order to burn. It has to be steady, you cannot just move it all around. So in the same way, for the practice to really get power, it needs to have attention, it needs to have depth, it needs to have urgency and persistence. So we're going to define in each session one of those refining tunes or agents. And today we want to look at depth. So when I use the word chanting with depth, what do you think? What comes to your mind? Because I'm still trying to find the best words to articulate this. So it's good if one word I'm using doesn't make any sense to you, it's good for me to know. Or maybe we can find a better word to describe it. But when I say depth, what does that mean to you? Chanting with depth.
That you're not thinking about something else. You're really concentrating on
Okay. Interesting. I wasn't thinking of that, but actually these different like variables, in one way they echo each other. Right? So, to have a sense of intensity and urgency, it means that you're very concentrated. And to be very concentrated means you have urgency, right? So in one way, it's like the same thing, but looked at from different dimensions. So one aspect is concentration. Another thing that came to your mind when I said depth.
A very strong connection.
Very strong connection. Very good. Exactly. It's not superficial. It's not empty. So what we're saying really with depth is a sense that, externally with your lips and with your fingers, you're counting, you're reciting the mantra, but it should have substance. It shouldn't be just empty words, right? Maybe that's where we begin. In the beginning, you can just use that as a point of focus, just like people use their breath or energy or candle, very general, abstract. But what's special about mantra yoga or chanting is that the mantra is not different from the divinity or Radha Krishna, right? So it's not just a thing, it's a person, actually. And that's the whole point, that if we go the whole way and show the sincerity, then from the other side, the Lord can actually reveal himself. When Lord Brahma prayed to Lord Krishna, the story, he has stolen all the friends of Krishna to see if this boy is actually God. And then Krishna replicated himself as all the cowherd boys and calves. So when Brahma came and understood the situation, he surrendered. And one thing he said was, I forgot what I was saying. What was the point? The depth.
He was surrounded by Krishna. That's what he said.
Surrounded by Krishna.
Yeah, because Krishna was all the cowherd.
Exactly. Anyway, the point passed. But the point is that the name is not different from Krishna, and therefore there needs to be that connection. So it is the inner aspect of the chanting. And when we say depth, I'm putting 3 primary elements into it. That substance that the chanting needs to have proper background. It is proper understanding, proper attitude, and proper intention or desire. This is it. Like spiritual knowledge, spiritual feeling, spiritual desires. If the chanting has this thing, then it has substance, it has depth. But compared to the opposite, you're reciting the mantra, you're sort of calling, as Prabhupada in one lecture in Vrindavan said, if you call Krishna, then his natural response is, yes, what is it? What do you want? What is your motivation? What do you want to say? Right? In one class, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj put it like this. When somebody calls you, you're influenced by the quality of the call. We're influenced by the personality who's making the call. If someone's calling you a name with vulgarities, you won't be very eager to want to accommodate their association. Someone else may be calling you a name, but you're not sure if they're calling you or someone else. So you may decide to just avoid the situation because you're not sure if that call is directed toward you. But when we call with sweetness, with focus, with dedication and determination, Krishna will be more inclined to respond, just as if someone calls you in that way, he will also be interested. Right? So, we're returning toward Krishna, and if that call has, besides the focus and attention, also proper spiritual understanding, proper attitude, and proper desires, then it brings so much more to the address. So this is a second tuning variable here. Another reference I'm going to give before we go into these different elements of the depth is from Srila Prabhupada's commentary to 1.8.26. Prabhupada writes, "It is said in the Shastras that by once uttering the holy name of the Lord, the sinner gets rid of a quantity of sin that he is unable to commit. Such is the power of uttering the holy name of the Lord. There is not the least exaggeration in this statement. Actually, the Lord's holy name has such powerful potency." It's quite a thing to say, that one name has the power to eradicate more sin than you can commit. It's quite something to say. I always thought that statement also reflects the unlimited willingness to forgive in God. Just how dear you are. I know I had some difficulty with my brother, and it alienated our relationship from each other, right? But deep down, we're brothers, there's affection, right? And there's always that willingness to reunite if people just show the right attitude and willingness to, acknowledge their mistakes and reconcile like that. So and this is just a material relationship, maybe we've known each other for 30 years, right? But when we're talking about God, you have infinite history with each other. How dear we are to Him. And this human condition is just a mistake. It's really what it is. It's a mistake. That I wanted to try living a life on my own, without you. Try to find my own meaning and happiness without Krishna. And it doesn't really work. It's really a bad bargain. I think we can come to that conclusion. So if you just acknowledge that, then you can just go back, and Krishna is so willing to take you back. Like that. So, and then Prabhupada goes on saying, so this is the power, but there is a quality to such utterances. It depends on the quality of feeling. And Prabhupada says, a helpless man or woman can feelingly utter the name of the Lord, whereas a person who utters the same name in great material satisfaction cannot be so sincere. I think everybody, we might experience a great intensity maybe when we are in danger. I remember once going back to the temple and I missed the last bus, so I had to walk through basically the forest to get to our temple. And when there is no light and every movement, every sound triggers your wildest horror dreams, and you really chant with focus and attention for protection. Versus, everything's okay, you might just Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. It's not really. Of course, Prabhupada also gave the example that the calling should be like a calling of a child for its mother, when you really want mom to come, very desperate and focused. So, Prabhupada says, a materially puffed up person may utter the name of the Lord occasionally, but he or she is incapable of uttering the name in quality. Right? So I think this is something that we need to have. When I said depth, the second variable we need to work on, to refine the calling, it is the sense of having substance, quality in your chanting. I think most teachers just talk about attentiveness because it's the foundation. I don't think you can in one way, if you have depth, you also have attention, right? But I don't think you can have depth without attention. Anyhow, so it's an aspect that not many people talk about, but it is very important. Any immediate reflection on this before we go into deeper what this depth means? Yeah, we're gonna go into looking. So we have depth, I can show you with you. So it's like 3 subheadings under depth that contribute to the sense of substance and quality. One is your understanding of what you're doing. You know, you need to have proper conception, perception, framework, you know. And then the other is proper attitude, your disposition, your approach. And then it is your desire, what is motivating the call. So we'll begin with understanding. And there is one verse in Hari Bhakti Vilas where Sanatana Goswami says, Mantra Artha Chintanam Japa Sampati Hetava. He says that something that brings success to japa is mantra artha chintanam. We spoke about artha. You remember the word artha? Natalie?
Exam. Artha, yes.
It was the opposite of anartha. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I forgot.
No problem. It's just
Sorry.
something valuable, something precious, right? So actually, in Sanskrit, you know, artha means something valuable. It can also mean like the purpose or your goal, because a goal is something valuable, right? And artha can also mean the meaning of something, the purpose of something. So in this verse, mantra artha chintanam, that you need to consider or remember the meaning and the purpose of the mantra you're chanting, right? If you do that, then he says it will bring success in your japa. This is one of the 6 keys that Sanatana Goswami talks about. So this really sort of gives scriptural reference to the idea of depth, right? You cannot have a real sense of substance without proper understanding. So there is so many instructions, so many meditations, and I've collected 9 of those. 9 understandings that we need to have. And we can, maybe you cannot maintain all 9, but the whole point of the art of chanting is that I always begin by, you know, I start chanting the mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And I sort of remind and first, you know, establish myself in this fundamental awareness of what I'm doing, that I'm actually addressing Krishna. Right? I'm actually, it's a heartfelt, direct, personal calling to Radha and Krishna. Right? So that's the first thing I establish when I start chanting. Right? And then I remind myself, you know, what is the meaning of this chanting? So I remind myself, it's an act of surrender, it's an act of worship, it's an act of prayer, it's an act of being with Krishna. Right? And then I start going through, it's almost like I'm distracted by all these internal meditations. It's like I'm using them occasionally to bring quality and tuning to my chanting. You remember I said in the first session that actually absorption is a natural state of the mind. You remember those 3 qualities of pure consciousness? Jamashwan Prabhu? Not really sure? The analogy was water.
Yes, pure unruffled. Still pure
And sweet. Exactly. So Kapila Dev gives this analogy that consciousness is like pure water. When it is pure without coming in contact with contamination, you can see the water is just clear. That means perfect attention in pure consciousness. And it is completely unruffled, no waves, no ripples. And that means there is no ego interference in your consciousness. And then suddenly, and finally, the water is so clean you can just drink it, it's sweet. And that means that there's a sense of bliss in consciousness, in experiencing, you know, affection for Krishna, the goodness of Krishna, right? So these different practices we are doing is to bring our consciousness to that place. Once we have a breakthrough and the mind gets absorbed, you don't need to try anymore. But before getting to pure absorption, you need to cultivate, you need to try. You see, it begins with some efforting on your part, right? So the most important is this address, Hare Krishna, O Radha, O Krishna. It needs to go on, right? And then the tendency is the mind to just go off track, distract, get superficial. So you need to refine it. So tension and then depth, right? So I might remind myself of one of these 9 understandings to give depth to my chanting. Right? In the first meditation I have, and I mentioned this technique last time, that for every one of these understandings is a 1-page meditation, right? But there is a heading or title, and it's almost like a sutra that summarizes everything. So once you understand the proper understanding, and you can just invoke the key word, then it triggers the whole understanding, whole page. Does that make sense? Like when you learn Sanskrit grammar, the children, they will learn the sutras, these short formulas, right? And then when they get older, the teacher goes through the meaning or commentary of the sutras, right? So, for example, the first one is, I'm completely spiritual. I'm a spiritual being, right? That's one understanding that you need to have when you're actually entering mantra yoga. If you approach mantra yoga just based on your ego personality, it will be a blockage. Because in order to access spirit and to commune and connect with spirit, you have to be spirit. So for example, in Bhagavatam there is a prayer, Narayan Kavacha. You're familiar with that? Who received it? This prayer? Indra, right? Right, it's Indra. He got this because it's amazing. Like in Vedic philosophy and culture, they would consider subtle things more powerful than gross things. Like they could practically shoot like nuclear weapons with mantras. It's amazing. It's an art we've lost, you know. Maybe some form of that we still have today is the power of speech. Like revolutions that happened through the power of speech. How did Hitler come into power? His speech. He could get people on the same page. So words are powerful. So Indra got this armor of Narayan, and the first thing there's like preliminary procedures you need to go through before you establish the mantra on your body to protect you. And the first one is that you need to identify yourself as a spiritual being. You disconnect from your material identity. Like, I have a body, but I'm not my body. I have a mind, but I'm more than my mind. Right? I have feelings, thoughts, desires, but I'm not the content of my mind. Right? I'm an eternal spiritual being. I'm eternal, fully conscious, and full of bliss. Right? There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to prove to anybody. There's nothing I need to defend. That's who I am. Right? There's no beginning, no end. I'm eternal part of God. Right? So of course in self-realization, this understanding will get more and more specific. So like you start by just saying, I'm a spiritual being, but in the end you will realize that you have a special relationship with Krishna. Like we have friends of Krishna or parents of Krishna. It's very specific, right? So I guess like when Arjuna chants, his understanding is that Krishna is my friend, and he has a history as a like that. So we're not there yet, but this idea of existential reality that I don't belong in this world. You know, I'm not inhabitant of Earth. You know, like my address in Stockholm is Bergsgatan 4B. You know, so I'm not inhabitant of this town. You know, I don't belong to this family. Like you disconnect from all things that defines you and establish yourself in your true identity, right? And suddenly that gives a whole other dimension of depth in your prayer, versus coming from, oh, I'm so irritated. What's wrong with me? You know, life is so difficult. I wish I was living in Hawaii. You know, all these material designations, and it creates so much obstruction in the community, in the communion like that. So the idea is that you disidentify from the body-mind complex. You identify yourself as belonging to the spiritual world. You know, I don't belong in the world of darkness and suffering, right? So it's a whole page. I'm just mentioning some elements of it, right? But for me to give some depth to my chanting, I just take a moment and I remind myself I'm a spiritual being. And suddenly the whole feeling, the whole understanding of that is comes to my mind. Does that make sense?
And at the beginning, as you don't really, well, I don't really believe it yet because it's an intellectual thing.
Right, exactly.
So I should just repeat it to myself and repeat it, and it will impregnate.
Yeah, exactly. It's everything begins with a theory, but the thing is that when you do a practice with proper theory, it empowers the practice. If you just mechanically do the spiritual yoga practices, then it will be less effective. But if I'm doing the practice with the proper understanding, then it will start to infiltrate my mind deeper. It's almost like you give a meaning to the mantra. As I'm chanting Hare Krishna, it means I'm a spiritual being, right? I know, I watched this blockbuster movie, what was the name of it? Came out a few years ago, Guardians of the Galaxy. Anybody seen that? I don't want to, but it was funny because there was one character in this movie, it was like a tree, right? A moving tree, it's kind of cute. And he only had 3 words in his vocabulary. I am Guru. And he would communicate everything with his 3 words. How's the word? Did you, fix up all the accommodation we need? I am Guru. And then, how are you feeling today? I am Guru. You were like, and the actor who was like doing the voice for this animated figure, he had like a whole document, right? And the only line was I'm Guru. But the thing was like for every, occasion he had to say that, there was a meaning, a feeling, intention behind it. So like I'm Guru, angry, I'm Guru, leave me alone, I'm Guru, I want it, we're a family, I'm Guru, big heart, and you could really feel the nuances of this, I am Guru. There you are, practical reference. So in the same way, when I'm chanting, I can give a meaning to it, and it gives depth, and it also starts to impregnate the mind more. So I have 9 different sutras like that, just for understanding, right? And you're not supposed to get distracted by all that and forget the mantra. Your focus is primarily on the mantra you're calling, but you just invoke like one sutra to give depth to your calling. And then you continue chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I'm an eternal spiritual being. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, like that. So, the second understanding that I won't go through all of them necessarily, but maybe I will. Let's see. The second meaning or understanding is that the name is divine and sentient. Hare Krishna. The name is divine and sentient. So this is the understanding that the Maha Mantra, because it is the name of God, it is not different from God. This is the philosophy of Srimad Bhagavatam, that in this world everything is different from its name. Or I can say Natalie when she's not here, but that name is not her full person, right? There's a difference. But what the enlightened scriptures, of course, have said is that actually the name of God is as powerful as God Himself. And actually it is stated that depending on your level of purification, you can realize the unity of sound. I don't have experience of that, but people who have done deep practice of yoga have given their experience. So like on a very gross material level, the word and the object are different, right? But the higher the level of purification gets, they get closer. So for example, somebody whose purification has reached the level of the mind, right, they can perceive the thoughts of other people. Just as I can hear you can hear me talking, they can, because the thoughts are a form of sound, right? That's why you can think, you can say things. And sometimes when we're sensitive, we can feel the energy of other people, if they are wishing us well or if they have enmity toward us. So behind that feeling that we're picking up is a thought, right? It's a sound. So somebody whose purification has reached that level can actually perceive the thought, the mind of other people like that. And if your purification has reached the level of the Buddhi, then sound starts to get color and shape. You can actually see that different music have different forms and like that. And finally, when it reaches that it's spirit, then actually we realize that sound is not different from the object, right? So it's a gradual progress like that. And then the second part is that because the name is God, it is alive. You know, what is that Satchidananda Swami's expression? Living name, right? So when I'm chanting the mantra, it's not like just a lonely monologue. I'm just going around self-preoccupied like a crazy person. You know, there's actually somebody on the other side who's aware. He's in my heart. He's not different from his name. He's in every atom, right? So actually, the name has consciousness. Has consciousness. It's spiritual, right? So when I'm calling Hare Krishna, actually Radha and Krishna is aware. Somebody put it like this, that we don't always hear every mantra we're chanting, but Krishna hears every mantra we chant because he's actually fully aware and conscious, right? It's quite an interesting thing. So actually, we're chanting to the holy name, for the holy name, by means of the holy name, right? The holy name is alive, the holy name is conscious, it's spiritual, like that. Yes?
Yeah, what you say till now, it reminds me all the time of a verse that stands in the Nectar of Instruction.
Right.
That say, when the light is in you, the darkness stays away.
Mm.
So when I'm chanting, also think about it, like now it's Krishna in me and not
Right.
Maya. I'm
Right.
not distracted by all the material world, actually.
Right.
That's one of the main reasons why I chant, actually.
Incredible. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we spoke about that only God is the unlimited source of light and energy for everybody. Everybody else has to access that energy. You have to fill yourself up, you know, surcharge yourself. And if you are weak and empty, negativity will influence you and overpower. You're much more susceptible to attacks, to trauma, you know, contamination like that. But if you have this intensity inside of you, it's almost like things bounce off, cannot touch you. Very good, very good. Everybody can see, like if I start to have a spiritual routine where I start my day by cleansing my body, cleansing my mind, and filling myself with truth and love, and then I go meet the world, it's a different experience versus coming just from bed, you know, stumbling out, you know, and you're so vulnerable to. People start to define you, your feeling, your mood, everything. Wonderful. Okay. I'm just going to mention the other meditations and we can save the sort of purport, you know, to other times. The third meditation I have is purpose of life. That, you know, this mantra meditation, it's about the purpose of life, which means undoing the false ego and uncovering higher being. It's not about the pleasure or pain of the body and mind. Because so many times when you're meditating, your mind is all preoccupied about how much pleasure you feel. And if your mind feels inconvenient and you know you start to feel like, what's the point of meditation and prayer? Right? But the whole point of meditation is to purify your material consciousness and attain self-realization. It doesn't have anything to do with material pleasure. You know. So that's another meditation I have. The fourth one I call spiritual remorse and penance. The fifth one is consciousness that it is the highest priority, the chanting. The sixth one is that it's a source of blessedness. Every material and physical need that you have comes from the mantra. You know, it's amazing. Just the way it is. That's why we have this expression chintamani, that it is like a touchstone, wish-fulfilling gem, you know, the holy name. It's a spiritual sanctuary, it's the safest place. when you're in the presence of God. Divine empowerment, it can actually empower you for individual transformation and for global transformation. That's amazing. That's what we spoke about in the morning. That now, for example, the spiritual movement has spread all around the globe, but until people learn how to activate the power of the mantra, the world will not change. We can chant the mantra in an empty and superficial way, and the world will go on as it has always done. You know. That's why there is a verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita saying that you can chant and meditate for many lifetimes and not attain perfection if your chanting doesn't have quality and purity. It's very important. And finally, my meditation, ninth meditation, is that it is nurturing the creeper of love. Sometimes I feel like, oh, this is becoming too monotonous, I'm just repeating the same thing. But it is actually, you're building trust, you're showing your sincerity, you're actually like watering the creeper of love, so to speak. And when I have that meditation, suddenly I have a sense of meaning to continue. It has a deep sense of motivation for me. So let's have just a short mid-chanting before we continue with a few meditations on the proper attitude of chanting. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. So interesting to be mindful because we're talking about self-awareness during our Anartha Nivritti seminar. So like as you are cultivating the mantra yoga, it's helpful to be aware, where is the challenge? Where is the, what is my internal experience? Because the reason I've developed this sort of a very comprehensive and systematic cultivation or definition of the practice is really because the mind is like a martial artist. He doesn't always use the same strategy, right? So if you have just one defense, like understanding that I'm an eternal spiritual being is just one ammunition to bring depth, to bring quality. But the mind has so many ways of getting you. So you need to have a multitude. And the same weapon will not work every time. So it's very good to be aware of your internal dynamics. So for example, did you notice anything about what was happening in your mind and consciousness while we're doing this short kirtan? What was difficult? Did your mind go off track? Did it get bored? Did it get preoccupied? Was it focused? Was it, what happened inside of you? Would you like to share in the beginning? We can go around the table.
Yeah, now in the beginning when we started the mantra, we were not in tune, all of us. I was distracted about those two, who do I gonna follow?
Right.
That was the main thing, to be honest.
Absolutely. That's why, this is a perfect example in terms of kirtan, but in japa, it has to do much more with your own preparation. So that's why we say the second part of the template is preparation for meditation session. To make sure that there are no distractions externally. It's very difficult to deal with the internal challenges. It's just externally, I'm already bugged. So thank you for sharing that. What came to you, Prabhu?
Yes, also this, but the moments I had contact with Krishna was deeper. Because you said I am not a material entity, I am a spiritual entity. So the relation was better.
Wonderful. Just see, that's just one meditation like that. And the same meditation will not always work to bring that sense of depth for you, because what I found is, it's like, people put up some cues or affirmations on their, mirrors to remind themselves like that. So they speak about the half-life. I mean that after some time, that cue, that trigger loses its power. You need to replace it regularly. Otherwise it becomes like you don't even see it anymore. You're beautiful. You don't see that anymore. So you need to regularly change like that. So the same thing I found that, I start to chant and call to Radha and Krishna, and I might remind myself for a moment, I'm a spiritual being, I'm an eternal spiritual being, and that brings some seriousness. But then it loses its power for some time, its effect. That's why I need to use another trigger, right, in order to get depth again. And I use it, but my point is that sometimes you need another ammunition. That's why we have also meditations around attitude, meditations around desire, meditations around urgency, and meditation about persistence. Right? So for example, we were talking about that during the seminar also, that whenever you cultivate a spiritual, positive, good quality, everything that is opposite to you, to that in you, will come up in your mind. It's one of the secrets of transformation and meditation. So But it takes, the requirement is that in meditation is you're awake, you're attentive, and you're engaged. If you don't have those three things as foundation, you won't get there. But if you have those three, you're awake, you're focused, and you're engaged emotionally, like depth, then things start to happen in your subconscious. Then all the dirt, the filth that is covering your soul will start to come up in order to be purified. So sometimes people will notice that there are different mental challenges that come up during kirtan or during japa. Like suddenly you might feel a sense of frustration for no reason. Right? You might feel like irritated or any number of, just dissatisfied. You know, in Enneagram psychology or ego psychology, we see that there are different building stones or building blocks in your personality. And one of the deepest building blocks is something we call object relations. Because we don't need to go into the whole abstract philosophy, but it's basic three different feelings that are the deepest building blocks of the personality. It is frustration, it is attachment, and it is a sense of rejection. Because these three things become very much central in the child's environment and experience based on how the guardians meet your needs. Right? If they sometimes meet, they're inattentive, the deepest feeling you get with yourself is a sense of sort of not really satisfied. Right? And what's amazing is that your whole identity starts to crystallize itself around that feeling of not being satisfied. Right? It becomes a building block of your ego, being frustrated. And then you go through life and you find reasons to be frustrated about, but actually the feeling comes before the reason. So, you know, when you do some real work and you know you take care of the externals, you will sometimes feel that you're still unhappy because that sense of frustration has been internalized in your mind, right? So I found, because mind, central object relation is frustration, so many times when I get into depth of kirtan, suddenly I get confronted by the sense of this heavy wall of just, you know, not really satisfied, right? So then I need to bring awareness to disidentify myself from it. It's not me, it's a part, it's a feeling in my mind, right? And bring illumination to it with kindness and patience and honesty and bring it up to Krishna to purify it. And then his influence can actually purify these deepest things, you know. It's very interesting. Other people's deepest feeling about themselves is a sense of rejection, right? That if it wasn't for my service, if it wasn't for my intelligence, if it wasn't for my power, people would reject me. You know, they don't like me. So that's something interesting to know, that once your meditation gets deep enough, this contamination will come to the surface of your consciousness. And if you don't know how to deal with it, you will get distracted. You get off-tracted. What was your experience on mushroom?
Well, luckily you said emotional engagement. Yes, I got, yes, the music helped. But it was also maybe perhaps something that drew attention. I'm not. But still, the music helps me to be emotionally engaged.
Right. Wonderful. Exactly, that's what it is. Raga brings emotion, you know. Wonderful. Thank you.
Please allow me to hear to you as I just joined.
Okay. Perfect. And we were just reflecting that what was happening inside of you during kirtan. Natalie, anything you noticed in your mind?
Yes, a lot of things.
So where should I begin?
It's usually always because I have a blockage with the fact of the chanting, you know?
Right.
When I was younger, well, I won't enter details, but when I was chanting the Beatles in a music class, a girl told me, please shut up, because you are singing totally, it's not good and I can't concentrate.
Right.
Please shut up. And since then, I'm like blocked. And get out. But it's
I understand.
so this frustration, and then I said to myself, I'm a spiritual being.
You must be a...
I'm a spiritual being, and then everything, all the material is just. Then my mind starts to say stupid things like, yes, but so what? All this material, what is beyond the spiritual, and what I see, blah, blah, stupid things. And then I focused in music, and it was nice. And then he came back, and like that.
Exactly. You know, it's a whole inner landscape, it's a whole world happening. You know, so it's quite. It's a matter of developing expertise, and to be able to deal with the mind. So we got a few minutes left. Let's see, in terms of proper attitude. Okay. You know, in defining pure devotion, Rupa Goswami uses the word anukula, that the affection, the service that you express, it needs to be favorable. And the opposite is pratical, right? Like there's this figure in Krishna's pastime named Kamsa, you know, who tried to kill Krishna, right? And he was very Krishna conscious, day and night, how to kill Krishna, or afraid of Krishna. But we don't count Kamsa as a prophet or a saint, because his approach was always with hatred and enmity, right? So for a service to be pure, it needs to be favorable. It needs to be pleasing to the person. You know, I remember having interesting discussions and conflicts around that with my mom, because she had a tendency to tell you what you need and what's good for you. And it's good when you're a child, but, you know, when you're adult, it's not very respectful. So if I want a glass of water, I don't want milk, you know. Or if I like, or the lasting funny thing was we were in a picnic, and she felt cold. I felt like just really pleased by the breeze, and it was perfect for me. But she was like, you have to put on a jacket, it's cold. And I'm like, but I'm feeling perfectly fine, right? So if you do a service, but it goes against the needs and the preference of the other person, it's sort of not very favorable. So one's chanting in the same way needs to be imbued with a favorable disposition, or like inner posture, a way of being. And once again, there are 9 different attributes that define this favorable disposition. So the first one I call sincerity, being earnest, that, you know, here I am chanting, but you need to really mean it. It shouldn't be like, okay, this is just a routine, I'm doing it half-heartedly or lukewarm, I really mean it. There is a sincerity behind it. What I'm asking for, why I'm doing this, there needs to be sincerity, not duplicity or pretense. The idea of pretense and duplicity is that you put on a quality that you don't actually have, or you hide something that you actually have. That's when people are not authentic, right? Usually people indulge in pretense and deceit because they want to exploit you, right? Somehow manipulate you, right? So you can't do that with God when you're praying. You cannot put on a show or hide something from Him. That's why Putana is also not a pure devotee in the beginning, because even though she expressed great affection toward Krishna, and she appeared as a goddess, her whole consciousness was how to kill Krishna, right? So there needs to be sincerity when we are actually chanting the holy name. That I'm actually asking for love, for spiritual virtues, that I believe that Krishna's mercy is absolute, not that mercy is only when it's pleasing, that anyway Krishna manifests himself. Like, another thing is that when most of us, when we start to pray, we have all kinds of preconceptions about what's supposed to happen. I should feel some good feeling now. Okay, where is it now? You know, and you have expectation placed. But Krishna knows what you need in this moment. Maybe Krishna needs to bring to your awareness some conditioned part of your consciousness to be purified, for you to realize it and let go of it, right? So you need to be surrendered. That's another part of the proper attitude, that unconditional acceptance of whatever comes up and happens, that you trust it. Not that you judge it. Oh, it wasn't a very good kirtan, I didn't enjoy it so much. If I'm sincere, whatever experience I've had is exactly what I need in this moment to work with. Does that make sense? You enter the kirtan space of chanting meditation with sincerity and concentration and depth, and then, you know, different things happen within you. You become aware of obstacles, you become aware of joy, emotions, anything, right? So Krishna decides what happens, and he's always the best therapist or mentor. Like, you might go to a coach, but you know, she or he will never understand you 100% because she's not in your consciousness. But God is actually in your heart, and He knows you better than you know yourself. So you need to just work with whatever comes up in this moment. You need to learn how to work with that. And if you learn to do that, then layer by layer, Krishna will bring you to the point of self-realization like that. So let us end on that point of surrendering, trusting, and bringing sincerity to the chanting as we are meditating and doing kirtan. Okay, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
All glories to the beautiful Aratic ceremony of Lord Chaitanya. This Gora Aratik is taking place in a grove on the banks of the Ganges and is attracting the minds of all living entities in this universe. On Lord Chaitanya's right side is Lord Nityananda, and on his left is Sri Gadadhara. Nearby stands Sri Advaita, and Srivas Thakur is holding an umbrella over Lord Chaitanya's head. Lord Chaitanya has sat down on a jeweled throne, and the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma, perform the Artik ceremony. Narahari, Shankara, and other associates of Lord Chaitanya fan him with chamaras, and the devotees, headed by Sanjaya Pandit, Mukunda Datta, and Vasugosh sing sweet kirtana. Conch shells, bells, and kartalas resound, and the mridangas play very sweetly. This kirtana music is supremely sweet and relishable to hear. The brilliance of Lord Chaitanya's face conquers millions upon millions of moons, and the garlands of the forest flowers around his neck shines. Lord Shiva, Shukadeva Goswami, and Narada Muni are all there, and their voices are choked with the ecstasy of transcendental love. Thus Thakur Bhakti Vinod envisions the glory of Lord Sri Chaitanya. Kibadayo Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kusoma Gora Chande Arati Kusoba Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Loba Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Loba Gaurange Arotik Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurange Arotik Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Jaga Janamana Loba Nitai Gora Haribol 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 Nitai Gora Haribol Dakini Tai Chan Bamigata Dada Daki Advaita Shrini Vasachatradara Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasachatradara Gora Ratna Simhasane Vosi Gora Ratna Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Chamararulaya Kibanara Yarikori Chamararulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vashu Gochari Gaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vashu Gochari Gaya Shankha Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Shankha Baje Kanta Baje Baje Karatala bhaje Paramarasthala Shankha baje Gandha baje Marur 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 baje Shankha baje Gandha baje Marur 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 baje Madhur, madhur, madhur baje Madhur, madhur, madhur baje Nittai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol Nittai Gora Hari Bol Bahu koti chandrajini Vadana ujvala Kiba bahu Varana ujvala Koti Radhadesh TV Kore jalamala Radhadesh TV Kore jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Premigara Gada Shiva Shuka Narada Premigara Gada Bhakati Viroda Dekhe Gora Rasamphara Bhakati Viroda Dekhe Gora Rasamphara Jaya Jaya Gora Kande Arati Kosoba Gaurange arotik soba Jagajanamana loba Jagajanamana loba Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatyare Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gora Nitai, Gora Nitai, Gora Nitai, Shri Shri Gora Nitai. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jira Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Gora Premanande. Jai Om Vishnu Pada Brahma Parivarta Kashaya Swami Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nanda Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Gaur Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Prem Se Gaur Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Radha Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Gaurdhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Ki Jai. Radha Ki Jai. Dham Ki Jai. Jagannath Dham Ki Jai. Radhadesh Dham Ki Jai. Radanga Kirtan Ki Jai. Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Prem Se Gaur. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Guru. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Daine. Hiranyakashipurvaksha. Shilatankanakalai. Ito Nrisimho, Parato Nrisimho. Yato Yato Yamitato Nrisimho. Hridaye Nrisimha. Nrisimha Madim Sharanam Prapade. Avatar Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringa Kishavagrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Nakam Shringam Darita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringa Kishavagrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrisimhadev Jaya Nrisimhadev Nrisimhadev Jaya Nrisimhadev Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Shri Prahlada Maharaj, Shri Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Shri Prahlada. Jai. Jai.
You're invited to stay for reading from the Krishna book. We are now reading from the Krishna book. Everybody, go ahead to stay. Hare Krishna.
Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna's always hearing and watching. Okay. Yes, don't worry. Don't worry. You are not alone. Let's come a little closer. Yeah, that would be very nice. We can share the reading. Let's sit here. And don't worry. Sometimes I do sit here very empty-handed, but I do have the Krishna book, and Srila Prabhupada is listening. And then sometimes we do have reminders. We have a senior pujari that came before in front of the curtain, and he said, "Don't worry, you're not alone. There are 4 pujaris behind the curtain listening to you." I thought, oh, that's nice. So we do always have open ears, because it is Krishna, and Krishna is very wonderful, so he will arrange something nice for us. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we are reading from the Krishna book, and we are opening always in the same manner. Page number 1, there is an introduction mantra, and that introduction mantra is very sweet. We have an evening raga, just follow along, or maybe you know already. Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Rakshama Krishna 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 Pahima Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Pahima Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Krishna book ki.
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
So we read from the Krishna book every evening and we continue on with our journey through the pastimes of Sri Krishna, and it is today a new start of the wonderful chapters of the Rasa dance, and it is chapter 30 that we are opening up, and it is which page? Let me find it. And there we go. That is page 274. Krishna's hiding from the gopis. That was getting a little funny and interesting also, because this mood of separation is a very wonderful a sign of love. So maybe a little background from what we have read in the past days and weeks, and what we're always reading nowadays in the Srimad Bhagavatam class. We're also reading from the same chapters of the Rasa dance. So it's quite amazing to hear about these pastimes, as well as to experience them through the Krishna book, because Srila Prabhupada was so kind to give us this easy to understand, very simple, nice philosophy and story. And without further ado, we are in the forests of Vrindavan, and what is happening? Well, the gopis kind of froze on the spot. They froze on the spot, and they didn't know what to do when Krishna appeared before them in face to face. And then Krishna, he kind of started his leela, his play of separation. We will find out what is happening. We're just setting the mood. In the Sharat season, in the autumn moon, full moon night. Chapter 30, Krishna's hiding from the gopis. When Krishna suddenly disappeared from the company of the gopis, they searched for him everywhere. After not finding him anywhere, they became afraid and almost mad after him. That's a sign of love, pure love. They were simply thinking of the pastimes of Krishna in great love and affection. Being absorbed in thought of him, they experienced loss of memory, and with dampened eyes they began to see the very pastimes of Krishna. His beautiful talks with them, his embracing, kissing, and other activities. Being so attracted to Krishna, they imitated his dancing, his walking, and his smiling, as if they themselves were Krishna. Due to Krishna's absence, they all became crazy. Early, each one of them told the others that she was Krishna himself. Soon they all assembled together and chanted Krishna's name very loudly as they moved from one part of the forest to another, searching for him. Actually, yeah.
Actually, Krishna is all pervasive. He's in the sky and he's in the forest. He's within the heart and he's always everywhere. The gopis therefore began to question the trees and plants about Krishna. There were various types of big trees and small plants in the forest. And the gopis addressed them, "Dear banyan tree, have you seen the son of Maharaja Nanda passing this way, laughing and playing on his flute? He was stolen our hearts and gone away. If you have seen him, kindly inform us which way he has gone. Dear Ashoka tree, dear Naga flower tree, and Champaka flower tree, have you seen the younger brother of Balarama pass this way?" He has disappeared because of our pride. The gopis were aware of the reason for Krishna's sudden disappearance. They could understand that when they had been enjoying Krishna, they thought themselves to be the most fortunate women within the universe. And since they were feeling proud, Krishna had disappeared immediately, just to curb their pride. Krishna does not like his devotees to be proud of their service to him. He accepts everyone's service, but he does not like one devotee to proudly consider himself better than others. If sometimes there are such feelings, Krishna ends them by chanting his attitude toward the devotee.
By changing his attitude towards us. Because sometimes Krishna is in love with us, and then he sees, because he's in such love with us, we get puffed up. I am the most dear to Krishna. And then Krishna changes his attitude toward the devotee. He might give us something to think about, or maybe take something away.
Please keep going. You are reading so nice.
Let's do that.
So, where was it? Where you start?
The gopis then addressed, page 275.
Yes, but where?
The gopis then addressed.
Here, the gopis then addressed. Okay.
The
The gopis then addressed the Tulasi plants. Dear Tulasi, you are much beloved by Lord Krishna because your leaves are always at his lotus feet. Dear Malati flower, dear Malika flower, dear Jasmine flower, all of you must have been touched by Krishna while he was passing this way after giving you transcendental enjoyment. Have you seen Madhava passing this way? O mango trees, O trees of jackfruit, O pear trees and asana trees, O blackberries and bale trees, and trees of the kadamba flower. You are all very pious trees to be living on the bank of the Yamuna. Krishna must have passed through this way. Will you kindly let us know which way he has gone? The gopis then looked upon the ground they were traversing and began to address the earth. Dear earthly planet, we do not know how many penances and austerities you have undergone to be now living with the footprints of Lord Krishna upon you. You are very jolly. The hairs and your body are these jubilant trees and plants. Lord Krishna must have been very much pleased with you. Otherwise, how could he have embraced you in the form of Varaha, the boar? When you were submerged in winter, he delivered you, taking the whole weight of your existence on his tusks. After addressing the innumerable trees and plants and the earth, they turned their face toward the beautiful deer, who were looking at them very pleasingly. It appears, they addressed the deer, that Krishna, who is the supreme Narayana himself, must have passed through this way along with his companion, Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. Otherwise, how is it possible that the aroma of his garland, which is smeared with the red kunkuma from the breast of the goddess of fortune, can be perceived in the breeze blowing here? It appears that he must have passed through here and touched your bodies, and thus you are feeling so pleasant and are looking toward us with sympathy. Will you kindly therefore inform us which way Krishna has gone? Krishna is the well-wisher of Vrindavana. He is as kind to you as to us. Therefore, after leaving us, he must have been present in your company. O fortunate trees, we are thinking of Krishna, the younger brother of Balarama. While passing through here, with one hand resting on the shoulder of the goddess of fortune, and the other hand trailing a lotus flower, he must have been very much pleased to accept your obeisance, and he must have glanced at you with great pleasure. I'll continue.
The scene is very beautiful. But one could say these gopis, they are belonging to the aboriginal shamanic nature tribes. They knew how to talk to trees. Isn't that amazing? And to the flowers and to the birds. And they were talking in their mission to find Krishna back. Because Krishna, he has just enjoyed them very nicely. He has just called them with his flute into the dead of night. It's dark, it's a full moon. The forest is very like a forest. There are jackals and tigers. So the gopis are all alone inside the forest searching for Krishna. And Krishna, more or less, is playing hide and seek. So now we're trying to find out, where is he? Where is he? In this way. Is that the point?
Yeah,
Some
some
of
of the gopis. Yeah.
276.
Some of the gopis then addressed their gopi friends. Dear friends, why don't you question these creepers? You are so jubilantly embracing the big trees as if the trees were their husbands. Wait, there's a question. Why don't you question these creepers? Why don't you question these creepers who are so jubilantly embracing the big trees as if the trees were their husbands? It appears that the flowers of the creepers must have been touched by the nails of Krishna. Otherwise, how could they feel so jubilant? After searching for Krishna here and there, the gopis became fatigued. This must have been a long search. And then they began to talk like mad women. They could satisfy themselves only by imitating the different pastimes of Krishna. One of them imitated the demon Putana. And one of them imitated Krishna and sucked her breast. One gopi imitated a hand-driven cart. And another gopi lay down beneath the cart and threw up her legs, touching the wheels of the cart as Krishna did to kill the demon Sakatasura. One gopi imitated child Krishna and lay down on the ground, and one gopi became the demon Trinavarta and carried the small child Krishna by force into the sky. And one of the gopis began to imitate Krishna while he was attempting to walk, ringing his ankle bells. Two gopis imitated Krishna and Balaram, and many others imitated their cowherd boyfriends. One gopi assumed the form of Bakasura, and another forced her to fall down, as the demon Bakasura did when he was killed. Similarly, another gopi defeated Vatsasura, just as Krishna used to call his cows by their different names. So the gopis imitated him, calling the cows by their respective names. One of the gopis began to play on a flute, and another praised her the way Krishna's boyfriends praised him while he played on his flute. One of the gopis took another gopi on her shoulders, just as Krishna used to take his boyfriends. Absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, the gopi who was carrying her friend began to boast that she was Krishna herself. All of you, just see my movement. One of the gopis raised her hand with her covering garments and said, "Now don't be afraid of the torrents of rain and severe hurricanes. I will save you." In this way, she imitated the lifting of Govardhana hill. One gopi forcibly put her feet on the head of another gopi and said, "You rascal Kalia, I shall punish you severely. You must leave this place. I have descended to this earth to punish all kinds of miscreants." Another gopi told her friends, "Just see, the flames of the forest fire are coming to devour us. Please close your eyes and I shall immediately save you from this imminent danger." In this way,
in this way, all the gopis were madly feeling the absence of Krishna. They inquired about him from the trees and plants. In some places, they found the imprints of the marks of the soles of his feet, namely the flag, the lotus flower, the trident, the thunderbolt, etc. After seeing those footprints, they exclaimed, "Oh, he is the impression of the marks of the soles of Krishna's feet. All the marks, such as the flag, the lotus flower, the trident, and the thunderbolt, are distinctly visible here." They began to follow the footprints, and shortly they saw another set of footprints besides them, and immediately they became very sorry. "Dear friends, just see. Whose are these other footprints? They're beside the footprints of the son of Maharaja Nanda. It is certainly Krishna passing through, resting his hand on some other gopi, exactly as an elephant goes side by side with his beloved mate. We must therefore understand that this particular gopi served Krishna with greater affectionate love than ourselves, because on this, although he has left us, he could not leave her company. He has taken her along with him. Dear friends, just imagine how the dust of this place is transcendently glorious. The dust of the lotus feet of Krishna is worshipped even by Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva and the goddess of fortune Lakshmi. But at the same time, we are very sorry that this particular gopi has gone along with Krishna, for she is enjoying the nectar of Krishna's kisses and leaving us aside to lament. Oh friends, just see, at this particular spot, we do not see the footprints of that gopi. It appears that because there were some pinpricks from the dried grass, Krishna took Radharani on his shoulder. Oh, she is so dear to him. Krishna must have picked some flowers on this spot to satisfy Radharani, because here, where he stood erect to get the flowers from the high branches of the trees, we find only half of the impression of his feet. Dear friends, just see how Krishna must have sat down here with Radharani and trying to set flowers in her hair. You can be certain that both of them sat together there. Krishna is self-sufficient. He has nothing to enjoy from any other source. Yet just to satisfy his devotee, he treated Radharani exactly as a lusty boy treats his girlfriend. Krishna is so kind that he always tolerates the disturbances created by his girlfriends. Should I continue?
As you like.
In this way, all the gopis pointed out the faults of the particular gopi who had been taken along by Krishna. They said that this chief gopi, Radharani, must be very proud of her position, thinking herself the greatest of the gopis. Yet how could Krishna take her away alone, leaving all of us aside, unless she's extraordinarily qualified and beautiful? She must have taken Krishna into the deep forest and told him, "My dear Krishna, I'm now very tired. I cannot go any further. Please carry me wherever you like." When Krishna was spoken to in this way, he might have thought Radharani, "All right, better get on my shoulder." But immediately Krishna must have disappeared, and now Radharani must be lamenting for him. "My dear lover, my dearest, you are so fine and so powerful. Where have you gone? I'm nothing but your most obedient maidservant. I am very much aggrieved. Please come and be with me again." Krishna, however, is not coming to her. He must be watching her from a distant place and enjoying her sorrow. All the gopis then went further and farther into the forest, searching out Krishna. But when they learned that actually Radharani was left alone by Krishna, they became very sorry. This is the test of Krishna consciousness. In the beginning, they were a little envious that Krishna had taken Radharani alone, leaving aside all the other gopis. But as soon as they knew that Krishna has also left Radharani and that she was alone lamenting for him, they became more sympathetic to her. The gopis found Radharani and heard everything from her about how she had misbehaved with Krishna, and how she was proud and was insulted for her pride. After hearing all this, they became actually very sympathetic. Then all the gopis, including Radharani, proceeded farther into the forest until they could no longer see the moonlight. When they saw that it was getting gradually darker, they stopped. Their mind and intelligence became absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. They all imitated the activities of Krishna and his speeches. Due to their heart and soul being completely given to Krishna, they began to chant his glories, completely forgetting their family interests. In this way, all the gopis returned to the bank of the Yamuna and assembled there, and expecting that Krishna must return to them, They simply engaged in chanting the glories of Shri Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 30th chapter of Krishna, Krishna's hiding from the gopis.
We have a moment to relish. So maybe for a little summary, what has happened? What has happened in this story?
The gopis were pretty desperate for Krishna.
Yes.
First of all.
Why were they desperate?
Yeah, because it Radharani was only for Hare, was away with Krishna.
Yeah, she was.
And first they had the feeling that they lost him.
They did lose it?
It's as I understand that they realized that they lost him because of their pride. Because of their pride, they have lost them. They could have had him here now, but because of the pride, they lost him.
Okay, good. And if I just come into the story, what then happened afterwards?
Afterwards?
Yes, when they recognized they lost him, what then happened?
They get desperate and
Yes.
so mad, like
Yes.
this is as it tells, and then they started to imitate his place and what he. All the stories.
Like the king was still there.
Okay, yes.
Like some people in a madhouse could act like they're Napoleon or someone else. So and he they're so it's therefore it's mad. Therefore maybe at this first sight it could look crazy.
They said like in a war to the mad woman or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they even told it they felt mad. Okay.
It's a comparison. They're like mad.
But the madness was not real madness. But it was out. But we don't know. We don't know.
We come to that point also, because for us it seems, in our limited conditioned vision, it seems that it's quite desperate, and it seems crazy or mad even, and it is in a way, but in another sense, in a higher sense, it is transcendental. It is the pure law of the gopis that expresses in their way. And this expression finds many ways, meaning that yes, they imitate Krishna, they talk to the trees, they go and search for him, and this madness, this craziness, is a sign of ecstatic love. And this ecstatic love is because they are so dear to Krishna. So then what happens then? There's a fine detail in the story. They do find something. What do they find?
They find the footprints.
They find the footprints of whom?
Him and later on Srimati Radharani besides them.
Yes, they do find the footprints, and there are certain signs on the footprints. What kind of signs are there on the footprints of Krishna?
Firebolt, definitely.
The
I remember.
thunderbolt is there, yes. There's some to guess there.
I don't know what is trident.
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 It's like Lord Shiva sometimes has
this one. Okay.
Yes.
And the lotus flower.
Lotus flower.
And the flag. And this is like the signs of
Krishna. Yes, the flag. Yeah, that's
like all of them, all the four.
Yes, and there's many more. There are 19 in total.
Okay.
And then they also discover the footprints of whom?
Srimati Radharani.
Another gopi.
Another gopi.
Yeah, that turns out to be. Now this is quite interesting because in the Srimad Bhagavatam it doesn't state the name Srimati Radharani.
Just another gopi.
Another gopi. It's said in Srimad Bhagavatam, but then the acharyas they point out that it must be her. So she's there. So Radharani is suddenly appearing in this play, in this Leela, and Krishna suddenly with her, all alone, in their conjugal affairs. And the gopis, what do?
They read all their activities out of different kind of footprints and get a little bit envious.
Yes, they do. Imagine
what they are doing.
Yes, they imagine.
Flowers for her, waving the shoulders. She must have been tired.
Yes. Okay, good. This place happening. Okay. disappeared.
No, Krishna's disappeared.
Yes.
But not Radharani.
He must have left her somehow. Yes. So then another separation happens, you know. And that separation is then concluded as Krishna, he has left her, but on the other side, he is in a way self-sufficient. So for him, it's natural. It's natural to be alone or to be separated from his creation because he's the supreme personality of God. So now the question is, what is the name, the term, the Sanskrit for this kind of self-sufficiency? We learned something like that.
It's done in the text, no?
It is not mentioned. It is not mentioned in the text. But it is at the very back in the glossary it is mentioned. And this term is called Atma Rama. Atma Rama. And it is consisting of two words, Atma. Glossary is on page 952. Atma means the soul. And Rama means to be fully satisfied. So Krishna himself is fully satisfied in himself. That's also a quality of him. And then in the self-satisfaction, the gopis they start to lament and express their love. This is interesting for us to understand that it is not some mundane love. It's not some love that we might experience. It is a higher taste of love in their conjugal play with Krishna in the spiritual world. Because here in the Krishna book we are in the spiritual world. It's not the story of a fairy tale or some Indian folklore. It is a transcendental happening, one of these leelas that are happening on a constant basis in the spiritual world. So these leelas are always repeating itself. These rasanas is always going on. And because it is a transcendental affair, both the transcendental cowherd girls, the gopis, and Krishna, they derive transcendental pleasures from this. And Krishna's pleasure on one side is to hide from the gopis, and the transcendental pleasure of the gopis is then to be in that mood. This is called vipralamba. Vipralamba means a certain separation, love and separation in a distance. Means that they're far away from Krishna, but still they're longing. And that is the same mood we should be chanting our kirtans. When we chant Hare Krishna, then it should be a longing. It should be a sincere desire to meet Krishna again because we have been separated from Krishna. We somehow or other have been fallen into this material condition, and now we are aspiring, we are longing, we are desiring to come back to Krishna. And that mood is a mood of separation, when we are aspiring to come back to God. And this is what the gopis exactly find in a perfect manner. Okay? I thank you so much for reading. Now we are chanting Krishna to apply what we have just learned. And then we continue reading from the Krishna book every single evening.
Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. Shri Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Krishna book ki.
Jai.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Diti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Om Ajnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Everyone, one more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. A little louder. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Oh, one more time, a little louder. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Come on, Father. Oh, Hari Bol. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please sing Hari Bol. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, one more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, One very last time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Oh, one more time, everyone, a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gora Premanande.